Hey there, Central Ohio. I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Michael Behrens. We're watching some strong storms working their way through Central Ohio this afternoon, including one severe thunderstorm warning that's impacting portions of Franklin County. The strongest storm we've seen so far this afternoon, and it definitely has some pretty decent wind potential and hail potential along with it. This is the cell that it's working its way into southwestern portions of Franklin County right now. It's moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. The strongest portion of this cell currently is down over Grove City. You can see just crossing the 270 loop right now is the highest area of impact. That continues over toward US 23 and will continue to work its way northeast closer to downtown Columbus as we head through the next hour. So I want to go ahead and zoom back out. We'll put the storm track on this highest impact portion of the cell and take that off toward the northeast, again about 25 miles per hour is how fast that's moving. This will be in Bexley by 3:42, into Whitehall by 3:46, at the airport 3:49, over toward Gahanna by 3:53, into Black Lake by 3:57, Summit Station 4:04, New Albany 4:07, and Pataskala at 4:13 this afternoon. Of course, that warning currently going until 4 o'clock covers a good portion of Franklin County, including downtown Columbus. That's part of the reason we broke into television there for a little bit and are going to continue our coverage here on the 10 TV digital platform. When it comes to what we're seeing inside this storm, let's go ahead and get rid of that lightning data. We'll just go straight to the radar view. Again, the heaviest portion of that cell really right now on top of 270 on the southwest side. This is near the I-71 interchange. So going to be a heavy storm as this pushes through that region this afternoon. Could potentially include some hail along with that risk for winds up to 60 miles per hour with this particular cell. It's going to be not a particularly fast mover, only moving about, again, 25 miles per hour. If you're still back there with me, Kyle, if you could switch over to the ODOT camera, the traffic camera there. I've pulled up the 71 at 270 south side view. And that camera, I believe, actually probably going to be delayed from just how heavy the storm is. Looks like it's almost frozen on one of those frames there. You can see that view there. Very heavy rain coming down, likely messing with that connection to that particular camera there. And again, not surprising with this warning coming out there, we could see some potential ponding of water on the interstates, some areas where this is going to be impacting travel certainly across the southwest side and going to slow things down around the city as this particular storm moves its way across the region. So we're going to continue to watch this very closely through this afternoon and into the rest of the evening with any storms that we do see out there. I didn't quite understand what you told me there, Kyle. Yeah, we'll do that. Of course, you guys at home, we know you're watching us here this afternoon as well. And if you guys have any questions, you can always send them to us on our Facebook page, or you can text them to us as well. You see that number there on the bottom of your screen. That's 614-460-3345. Not expecting widespread severe weather this afternoon. We've seen a lot of gusty thunderstorms. That's what we were expecting to see. And then just this one for now that is on the stronger side. I'm going to turn around real quick, grab my phone. That way I can get to the view where I can see your guys' questions here at home. And then, of course, we'll answer them throughout the show. We'll be streaming probably for at least the next half hour, I would imagine. If this warning does get canceled, then we might go ahead and end our stream a little bit early. But right now, that storm still showing some strength to it. I want to take a peek inside, see if we have any potential for hail inside this particular storm. So we'll check that out down toward Grove City. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some. And it looks like we do. This area right in here that's now working its way really right along 71 right now, where you see those brighter colors popping up. that's where we have potential for hail inside this thunderstorm. I'll switch to a slightly different view here with that. This will take a second just to load those areas of new data in. But as soon as that does, we should see some brighter colors popping up here on the map. That would be indicative, I would say, here we go. Looks like it's just a little bit behind, probably 0.75 inch diameter hail heading up that direction. Again, where you're seeing it on this map, just a little bit behind. It's actually more up by Frank Road and 71. So this is the area where I would say the bigger hail concern is. So we'll switch over to a different product that'll show that. You can see that there, those brighter colors, indicative of some stronger potential for hail inside this portion of the thunderstorm, and something we will continue to, of course, monitor through the afternoon. Let's take a big view, go back to the radar here, and then we'll take a big view across the state. You can see just how many scattered storms there have been this afternoon. Let's put this in motion real quick. These have fired up in the heat of the afternoon, lots of humidity outside. Haven't seen a lot of severe weather though. I mean, there was some up toward Detroit earlier today, and there's a warning up toward Cleveland right now. But outside of that, the only warning in place is the one over Columbus right now that we'll be watching as we head throughout the next couple of hours here across the region as that pushes off to the east. And really, the first round of heavy storms that came through Columbus didn't even come with the severe potential. It was really just that secondary one that's now working its way inside the 270 loop and going to be heading closer to downtown over the next hour. We'll go back to the view here without any lightning, and you can see where the stronger portion of this cell is. Looks to have weakened a little bit from when it originally went under a severe thunderstorm warning here. We'll slide this back in time, and you can see right about there where we had the big areas of pink start to show up just north of Grove City. That was the stronger portion of the cell. Since then, we've lost some of that pink, and it's now still a strong thunderstorm, but just not quite as strong as it initially was when we had that warning issue. I got a question into our text line here asking about Mount Vernon, whether or not you guys are going to get hit by storms. I believe they're pretty much on top of you guys. You guys are kind of in between them right now. Let's switch to a different radar view here. We'll put the lightning back on. You guys are kind of in the bullseye between a couple areas of storms. I'd say the heavier stuff right now is already passed to your east, but you got another round coming in the next few minutes here as the rain activity will pick back up. You'll see some thunder or hear some thunder, see some lightning, and definitely some heavy downpours heading back your way. Right now, I would say what's heading toward Mount Vernon does not look to be severe, but of course we'll continue to monitor it this afternoon. There's also more activity that has fired up from Bucyrus to Marion, back out toward Bell Fountain as well. So we'll continue to watch those through this afternoon as well. Right now though, just the one severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's the one that is covering us here in Columbus, but there's lots of heavy thunderstorms all across central Ohio this afternoon. Lots of heavy downpours has been the main impact with storms today. We've occasionally seen some gusty winds, but those don't tend to last all that long with these thunderstorms, at least as they've been sitting so far this afternoon. But of course that could change as we head through the rest of today. If you were with us yesterday when we were breaking down this forecast, we weren't thinking we'd get any kind of big widespread severe weather event today, but we'd have gusty storms scattered in the afternoon. That's what we're seeing out there, and with that occasional risk for something a little bit stronger. And that's what we have here in Columbus right now. I want to take a view. We do something we can kind of show you guys occasionally with severe weather. It's that 3D view inside the storm, and this gives us an idea of how strong the storm might be as based on how high up into the atmosphere it actually goes. And right now the sky is up to about 40,000 feet. Some of the stronger areas, the higher this gets, the stronger it has to create some wind potential as it comes back down to the surface, and the higher the potential for some hail. So not the tallest thunderstorm we've ever seen here in central Ohio. It's only just barely into that severe category, but it's certainly the strongest one that we have in central Ohio right now, and that's kind of why this is the one that's getting our attention here this afternoon. As far as where this is tracking, let's go ahead and give you guys another track on that. We'll start with the northern edge that's all the way up toward Columbus, and we'll kind of follow it down to the northwest of Groveport. Again, this is tracking about 25 miles per hour off to the northeast. So this storm's going to be into Bexley at 3:34, really in the next couple minutes here. At the airport at 3:40, into Mifflin Township by 3:42, Gahanna 3:43, Reynoldsburg 3:50, New Albany 3:56, Jersey Township at 4:05, Beechwood Trails by 4:12, and into Alexandria by 4:21. The warning itself goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Amber in the Facebook chat, I think asking about tornado potential today. Very low. It's not impossible that we would see that from a storm this afternoon, but we're just not seeing a lot of the ingredients that would tell us that that is a particularly big concern this afternoon. I would say our biggest concern realistically going to be related to wind with these storms, kind of secondarily followed by potential for some hail out there this afternoon, but it's pretty warm. The hail potential kind of goes down as things get warmer outside, just because well, you have to get the water to freeze to get the hail, and you have to build the thunderstorm really high in the atmosphere to get to those freezing temperatures to build those hailstones. So I would say not a huge threat this afternoon. Wind is really the biggest concern. David in the Facebook chat said heavy rain. It says like they are getting a little bit of hail where you're at. David, if you have a location, I'd love to see where that's at in terms of that hail potential, because again, that's only the stronger cells today that are going to be able to really produce any kind of hail potential, and that's going to be the ones that we need to focus on. So if you want to share that in the chat, definitely feel free to do so. As far as the other concerns this afternoon, heavy rain going to be one of them. Let's switch to the rain view here in our radar. We'll go over the last 12 hours and we'll kind of reset to a flat view here across the region. We've picked up some heavy rainfall in areas so far. We'll kind of key in from Columbus to the north. That's where we've seen some of the heaviest stuff over the last 12 hours. Anywhere that you see in the blue is at least an inch to an inch and a half. So we'll go up toward Knox County there to the west of Mount Vernon. Radar estimates of 1.9, northeastern Franklin County 1.6, Columbus near the OSU campus 1.5. Certainly have picked up good amounts of rainfall in the last 24 hours. So that's going to be a concern as we head through the rest of the day today with these storms that push through. I want to show you as well just what our severe weather risk factors are for today. We'll pull that image up here too. We do have a slight risk in place for a good chunk of Ohio. That's a level 2 out of 5 risk factor for today. The rest of the region under a level 1 out of 5. If we had bigger concerns, it would be the wind out there this afternoon. But again, this is only going to be fairly hit and miss when it comes to potential for strong to severe winds in these storms. And like I said, we've only seen one actual severe thunderstorm warning this afternoon in the 10 TV viewing area. So this has been very sparsely strong. A lot of rain, a lot of thunder and lightning, but particularly just not a lot of severe with these storms, which has been good because obviously we don't want to see that severe weather form here across central Ohio. Excuse me, across central Ohio. We'd rather it be just sort of run-of-the-mill heavy thunderstorms, which, you know, you may have to duck inside for 30 minutes or so, but you'll be able to get back out and enjoy the afternoon without much headache after that. As far as where these storms are currently, again, we go from Mount Vernon up Knox County, down toward Licking County, through Franklin County with another heavy cell toward Pike and Ross. But for the most part, again, they have not been that severe this afternoon, just kind of a lot of noisemakers with a lot of heavy rain. The two severe thunderstorm warnings we have right now, one outside the market far up to the north, and the other one that goes for about another 25 minutes that's down over portions of Columbus here. So we'll continue to watch that storm as that pushes through about the next hour or so. Really, though, seeing some good signs with this storm. It's not showing any kind of strengthening pattern, which means it's not likely to get more severe. But part of the reason we get these severe thunderstorm warnings this time of the year is it's actually that dying phase of the thunderstorm. All of that energy that was thrust up into the sky kind of comes back down to the ground. Could create some damaging wind potential from time to time, something that we'll have to follow pretty closely as we head throughout the afternoon to see if we do see any of that potential continue. I want to zoom back out just a little bit. We'll move the map here and get a storm track on the highest potential portion of that cell. Kind of right now moving south of downtown with the heaviest portion of this cell. We'll track from about just east of the OSU campus down to the bottom of the warning, just because that's kind of the area of the heavier rain. Moving northeast about 25 miles per hour. Not as slow as storms were moving earlier this week and even a couple weeks ago. Those ones really caused more flooding concern because they were moving about 5-10 mile per hour. This one moving about 25, so it's not overly slow. So it'll be in Whitehall here about 4 minutes, probably starting to see rain pick up for you guys already. At the airport at 3:42, may disrupt some flight activity out there. Of course, if the thunderstorms are too heavy, that temporarily causes some delays with takeoffs and landings. Be watch out for that. Gahanna, 3:45 into Reynoldsburg, 3:52. Summit Station at 4 o'clock. Jersey Township at 4:07. Beechwood Trails, 4:15. Alexandria, 4:23. And over to Granville by about 4:35 this afternoon. So not moving all that slow and working its way into Columbus right now. And also, again, showing some signs of weakening here this afternoon. I would say even some of the stronger portions of the cell have moved a little bit outside the warning, where we're seeing some heavier rain just south of the 270 loop there. Certainly seeing some frequent lightning in this picture here as well. So we'll have to watch out for that too. If you're in Groveport, Lithopolis, Pickerington, I know they got the Pick Fest going on out there here this weekend. So watch out for that. This is going to be heading toward you guys. Lightning, heavy rain, some gusty winds, all kinds of things that are going to cause disruptions out there for any kind of outdoor events going on here this weekend. And definitely going to cause things to take a bit of a pause for a moment while people head inside. So watch out for that. In terms of hail potential in this cell, let's switch over to that view here as well. It's been something we've watched through the afternoon. We'll go into the hail view. This has been trending downward over the last 20 minutes or so since we've been talking about this cell. It was showing better potential for hail back toward Grove City. This is still not entirely out of the realm of possibility that we could see some hail produced in that cell, but it looks to be weakening in terms of that threat. Could see a little bit more hail down to the south north of Asheville right now. That's not as strong as the original cell we were tracking here in Columbus was, but that is something we'll have to keep an eye on as well through the rest of this afternoon as do we see any more of that hail potential. Right now, still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Let's put that information back up on the screen for you guys. You can see it there in that sort of orange colored polygon. We'll move this. Let's take this to the other side of the screen just so you guys see a better view of that warning and that information. Severe thunderstorm warning in place for Franklin County, just a little bit of Licking County. That's going to go until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Hail could be a possibility in it, but wind is really the bigger concern with this cell, though I would say again, odds of it strengthening are pretty unfavorable right now. This has been weakening as it pushes off to the east, so that's good news again with that particular cell. I'll put that information back up on screen for you so you can see that with relation to the warning. Again, we'll be streaming here till this warning goes away, which tentatively would take us to about 4 o'clock. But of course, if they cancel that early or add more warnings, we'll continue to cover them here on our 10 TV Plus streaming channel. For any of you guys at home that are interested in watching that there. You can also watch it on our YouTube page, Facebook page as well. Of course, anything we stream on our 10 TV Plus channel is always free to watch. You can find that app on most smart TVs. A couple things coming into the text line right now. This one from Bexley saying that, or not from Bexley, from the Book Festival, asking about when will this be clear. This should be wrapping up in downtown really in the next 10-15 minutes here. So I mean, the heaviest stuff at the moment is already past us here in downtown. We're kind of on that trailing edge right now. So we should start to see conditions improve again in the next 10-15 minutes here in downtown. Hopefully you guys can get back out and enjoy more of that book festival you guys are taking place this afternoon. Question here says, will the storm hit Newark, and if so, when? This particular line is heading off toward Newark, so this will be working its way that direction as we head over the next hour or so. You've got some rain closer to you than the cell that is severe, so let's put a storm track on this particular area. Again, this is moving northeast at about 25. So I would expect rain to start to increase in the Newark area in the next half hour. And then once it hits you guys, you probably got about another 30 minutes to an hour of potential rain before you kind of get on the backside of these cells. The current trends, this storm could re-strengthen before it hits Newark, and we could see additional warnings for you guys, but the way it's moving right now has been in a downward trend. So I would think that would continue at least for the next 30 minutes or so. So it's kind of going to be wait and see for how strong the cell is. I'm not going to say it's impossible for it to be severe, but I'm also haven't seen a lot of severe storms this afternoon. It's really only been this one here in Columbus. So I think prepare for heavy rain, prepare for lightning, and some gusty winds heading your direction, something to watch out for. Let's go to our next question here in the text line. Asking if the storm will be gone by 5. That depends on where you're at. I need a little bit more information to answer that question there. Question in the Facebook chat asking about Zanesville. I would say you guys will likely see some storm activity here tonight. Let's go back to the bigger picture across the region. Right now, quiet. But this line of storms is heading your way. It's not a guarantee for Zanesville. You could get lucky. I'll just kind of put some arrows on here, roughly tracking the storms over the last few hours. They're kind of moving off to the northeast. If you guys get lucky enough, you could end up in that gap, which means you might just see a lot of dark clouds here, the thunder, but maybe avoid some of the heavier rain. I wouldn't promise it, though. I think some of this will fill in. There's obviously some more activity back toward Washington Courthouse. But I think in Zanesville, I would say you've at least got about an hour before things start to get worse. That is, unless something develops ahead of this line that we're watching right now. That's not impossible either. We got a couple of those out there right now. You see down toward Marietta, a little cell starting to come together, up towards 77, up toward Tuscarawas County, got a little cell coming together. We could see something form in this open area in the next hour, but the big concentrated line, you've got a little bit of time before that hits to you guys. Got a question here about Marion. You guys have seen some storm activity move through Greenwich right now. This line exiting, but I don't think this means you're done for the afternoon. So Deidre in Marion, keep an eye on the radar. There's another line back out toward Bell Fountain. out toward Kenton. That will be heading your way. So expect a little break, somewhere around 45 minutes to an hour, and then you'll likely see an additional round of some thunderstorms coming through later this afternoon. And there's more scattered back all the way to Indianapolis. So I mean, we're going to be dealing with scattered showers and storms through the afternoon until we get to about sundown tonight. That's when we will be able to sort of put this to bed, because we'll lose a lot of the heat in the afternoon, and we'll start to lose the energy for these storms. So speaking of which, let's show you how much we've got out there in terms of the heat. We've seen temperatures as high as the 90s this afternoon, 93 even still this hour, New Lexington, 90 McConnellsville, 90 Caldwell, 92 Coshocton. No surprise, we're firing up these storms because it's also quite humid out there as well. Switch to the dew point. This shows us how much moisture is in the air. 70s, even an 80 being reported out there. Upper 70s in Coshocton. Mid 70s out toward Bellefontaine and Kenton. A lot of moisture in the atmosphere, a lot of heat in the atmosphere. You're familiar with the pattern now. We've done this several times this summer. We fire those storms up in the afternoon, and occasionally they produce some gusty winds. Right now, you can see kind of where the wind gusts are at. 28 mile per hour gust in Mount Vernon, 23 in Marion, 20 Lancaster. Not severe in most cases, but something that we have to monitor through the afternoon just to see if we do get to those severe levels. And occasionally we do. Right now, it's really only been the one thunderstorm, though. There's a strong storm, like I said, up north of the 10 TV viewing area. Looks like there might be a second one up near the lake shore. We'll move north just a little bit here. So this is kind of going to be a problem for those up toward Cleveland. But here in central Ohio, it's been really few and far between, and realistically only this one that has been down in Franklin County, and they continue to cut this back as time goes on, as we get more areas in the clear with regard to this particular thunderstorm. We'll shoot the view here of just the radar, get rid of the lightning. You can see really not a ton of strength left in this storm. This is really starting to rain itself out. So we're likely seeing those ponding on the roadways again when it comes to impacts from this storm. But in terms of seeing much more in the way of severe potential, I think that's only going to continue to decrease as we head over the next hour here. So that's good news there too. Again, not expecting storms to get much stronger, at least not this storm to get much stronger. We could see some additional storms here this afternoon that get on the strong side, but for now, at least this storm looks to be improving. I'll put up some traffic cameras here real quick, just show you some of the impacts after these storms have passed. They've dumped a lot of rain on the roads. Roads are certainly wet, but for the most part, traffic seems to be moving out there, which is good. We want to see that continue. Let's put that up there. And obviously we're not looking at just one site. We'll get rid of the banner. There we go. So roads are certainly wet. This is kind of a selection of cameras there along I-71 across central Ohio. All of these locations, at least, look like traffic is moving pretty good. So that's good news there. I'm going to see if I can find a few more cameras. While I do that, let's switch back over to the radar view. That way you guys have something to look at here in the stream while we continue to watch those storms this afternoon. In terms of severe weather, again, we are seeing this go through a weakening trend, which is good news. We could see some additional strengthening later this afternoon, but right now does not appear to be the case. Doesn't look like we really have any crashes to report, at least right now, according to the data that I'm able to see from our ODOT partners there. But still seeing the lightning out there, still seeing some heavy storm activity. I'm going to get rid of the lightning here on screen for a moment and just show you where the heaviest areas of the storm is. This is from Groveport over toward Obetz, kind of wrapping up in Obetz. Bryce Road, expect this to be picking up in your area. Reynoldsburg, also going to be picking up here soon. Pickerington, you guys got that festival out there this weekend. Hopefully you guys have taken some shelter because that rain and lightning activity really starting to intensify in your area. Not severe at the moment, but again, going to be quite a heavy downpour, and we'll continue to watch this as we head through the afternoon. Checking into the Facebook chat here, got a question about Dublin, Ohio, asking about what you guys are looking at. You are in the clear for the moment. I don't know that you're dry for the rest of the afternoon, though. You can see some additional development back out toward portions of Union in Madison County. Some of that likely to head your way. You may get lucky and kind of split the cells, but I would expect at least a chance for some more scattered rain this afternoon before this is all done. Marion was a question about bad weather. Thunderstorm weather for sure. Bad weather, not impossible. And again, that would be heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds for you guys over there. So this is just going to be something that we have to continue to monitor through the afternoon because it's going to be back and forth, hit and miss. We'll be watching for potential storms basically until just after sundown. That's when we'll kind of lose the threat for storm activity this afternoon. Until then, we'll periodically have these heavy downpours. We'll have some gusty wind. We'll have some lightning out there as well. And it's just will be something that we'll be watching through the afternoon today. We'll zoom in back to this severe thunderstorm warning. This has about 8 minutes left on it. They haven't canceled it early yet. At this point, I don't think they will cancel it early, though again, most of that strong storm potential has started to fade out. Again, we are seeing, though, additional areas of heavy rain right now in Pickerington, in Canal Winchester, into the Obetz area. Lithopolis, likely to see storm activity picking up. We'll switch to what we call a single radar view here. That way we get rid of some of the noise on the map and we get a better view as to where storms are the heaviest. And again, north of Groveport there, kind of 270 and 33, pretty heavy storm moving through right now. Bryce, pretty heavy storm moving through right now. Pickerington, pretty heavy storm moving through your area as well. So again, watch out for heavy rain, watch out for lightning, and watch out for some potential ponding on the roads there as we head through this afternoon as well. One of the heavier spots there is right along 270 and US 33. I have that view here for you guys right now. You can see that rain coming down pretty good. Visibility is a little low. Doesn't particularly look to have much wind associated with it. Traffic's going slow, but it is still moving, so that's good news. And it looks like definitely some good puddling on the roadway there. We're looking 270 at US 33 on the southeast side. So impactful storm, but severe characteristics are continuing to decrease with this particular storm. Allie asking about bad weather in Columbus. Well, we've seen obviously this particular storm come through. This for a time at least produced some gusty winds, some hail and heavy rain. I think we're not completely outside the risk of having an additional severe thunderstorm this afternoon, but we really haven't seen much in the way of severe weather. Most of these storms have been pretty run-of-the-mill, and I think that will be the case for most storms through the rest of the afternoon. It'll be something we have to monitor, but it's not something we are excessively concerned with throughout the rest of today. So I hope that answers your question there. Basically, just stay weather aware. Keep the 10 TV app on your phone. Any weather alerts will come in essentially as they are issued. And you'll be able to, of course, watch our stream from there as well and watch any of our extra coverage from there too, in addition to being able to track radar as well. So that'll be, again, something to watch this afternoon as we see these storms come through. I got a question in the chat from Misty asking about Malta over toward McConnellsville. You guys got some time still. Storms, I would say you got at least an hour unless something pops up ahead of time. You can see that little cell toward Marietta, southeast of McConnellsville there, a little rain shower popping. If you get rain in the next hour, it's going to be because something that's not yet developed comes together on radar. If you're waiting for storms to head your way, you've got some time. These are, again, moving roughly 20 miles per hour. Let me see if I can grab some speed off those cells further to the south. Yeah, moving about 25, maybe 30 miles per hour if we're generous on it. So let's track this guy, track it off to the northeast. We'll give it 30. So that's kind of where this guy will be in the next hour. Let's put that data back up on the screen there. So really only getting to about east Millfield by, give or take, 4:40 this afternoon. So I would say about an hour before things start to get a little bit more active for you guys. But if you're lucky, this might stay further to the south. But we've seen storms kind of migrate and develop this afternoon, so I wouldn't guarantee that. But I would say about an hour or so. Donna asking about storm over Reynoldsburg right now. That's the one that has the severe thunderstorm warning with it for the next 3 minutes here. But again, we haven't seen much severe activity, just a lot of lightning and heavy rain. Definitely a loud storm. This view here on the map has 134 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. So it's not impossible that we could see this storm re-strengthen this afternoon. But right now, your biggest concerns, a little bit of gusty wind, heavy rain, and frequent lightning in this storm. I would expect in Reynoldsburg to see storm activity increase over the next coming minutes. Let me get rid of the lightning on the view here. This storm still moving slightly to the northeast. So it's in Reynoldsburg right now. It's definitely heavy rain, lightning, wind in Reynoldsburg, but there's more back to the south. This is the general storm motion with what we have there in Franklin County moving toward Reynoldsburg. So expect conditions to continue to pick up in terms of rain over the coming minutes, and then you're likely going to be dealing with heavy downpour, I would say, for at least the next 20 minutes, possibly a little longer than that. Let's track the leading edge of this particular cell. We'll zoom back out, get some more space here. I'm going to backtrack this in time just a little bit so we can see kind of what the movement has been, mostly to that northeast kind of direction. So we'll grab the north side of this. We'll go northeast about 25. So it's going to be at Etna, 359, Pataskala 407, Beechwood Trails 415, Jersey Township 422, Newark by 434, into Wilkins Run 450, and Hickman by 456. We'll kind of give you an idea of when this will wrap up too. We'll go down to the bottom side of the thunderstorm. So kind of wrapping up in Lithopolis about 402, wrapping up over toward Bryce 429, toward Pataskala by 450. So in the worst case scenario, you could see about an hour's worth of rainfall in some of these spots out there. But it's just going to depend on how that back end develops and if it continues to stay the shape that we see now, or if we see some growing or shrinking inside this particular thunderstorm. So we are getting close to the end of that particular thunderstorm warning. Looks like it just actually went away on your screen. So this was the only severe thunderstorm warning we've had in the 10 TV viewing area this afternoon. Everything else has been sub-severe. Something that we'll continue to watch through the afternoon is, do we see any more strengthening of these storms? Pickerington, don't be fooled here. I know you guys again have that festival out there. The first round of heavy stuff is wrapping up. You've got another one right on its tail coming out of Franklin County, so things are going to pick back up in activity for you guys. Up in Licking County, you've had some scattered moderate to heavy cells, but you've also got this heavier stuff heading your way that's coming out of Franklin County right now. That'll be moving off to the northeast. So continue to keep an eye on that. We'll take a big picture here, just show you the view across central Ohio of what we still have in place right now. Severe thunderstorm warning down toward Cincinnati. There's another one, you can kind of see it just above my banner here as up along the lake shore. But everything else, nothing is severe at the moment. I'll switch to a different radar view and we'll just put the lightning back on at the moment as well. And definitely a good scattering of storms, good amount of lightning. What we're looking at this afternoon, occasionally pretty heavy rainfall. Could cause some ponding, some minor flooding, occasionally some gusty winds. We've only seen a few storms get to severe levels though, so it hasn't been a major problem. And frequent lightning. So lightning, heavy rain, your two biggest concerns this afternoon. Wind would follow that. Flooding would follow that. Any kind of bigger threat for severe weather is just not particularly looking all that likely this afternoon, but we will continue to monitor these storms. Of course, keep a close eye on everything here at 10 TV and keep you up to date throughout the rest of the afternoon. If we need to break back in, you can find our coverage here on the 10 TV Facebook page or the 10 TV YouTube channel. Of course, you can always download the 10 TV Plus app to your smart TVs. That's where you can watch us for free, any of our extended coverage or our 24/7 streaming news products out there. For now, though, I'll return you guys to the rest of your afternoon, and we'll be back if necessary. Have a great one. In Central Ohio, I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Michael Behrens. We're watching another severe thunderstorm warning this afternoon. We've only really had, this is our second one in Central Ohio, so we haven't really seen too much in the way of severe thunderstorms this afternoon. This particular one, southwest side of the 10 TV viewing area, moving its way into the region. This is going to be packing wind gusts that could go as high as 60 miles per hour and possibly some small hail, penny-sized hail associated with this storm. This was moving its way to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour, with this warning for Fayette, Greene, Clark, and Madison counties going until 4:45 this afternoon. So this will be in place for about the next 20 minutes as this storm works its way into the county. Again, not a very strong thunderstorm, just a very low-end severe weather day kind of heading our way. In terms of where this particular storm is going, again, northeast at about that 25 miles per hour. So we'll get rid of that information there, and we'll track the severe portion of this storm off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. This will be into Midway by 4:40, into Lily Chapel by 5:13, Harrisburg 5:21, and kind of over toward the southwest side, Columbus Southwest, by 5:25. So this will be here in Franklin County in about the next hour. But overall, much like many of the storms this afternoon, this one is going through kind of those weakening phases as it works its way closer to us, and we'll keep a close eye on it as we have all of the storms this afternoon. But for the most part, it's just been a noisy afternoon and a rainy afternoon as far as these storms go. Of course, when it comes to our severe weather coverage here, we're always happy to keep you guys informed as much as we can and answer any questions as along the way. If you're in the Facebook chat or 10 TV Facebook page, you're able to send us your questions there. If you are not on the Facebook chat, you can text us your questions too. That's 614-460-3345. The number where you can text us again is 614-460-3345. So keep that in mind throughout this afternoon as well. When it comes to potential for severe weather, we'll have some through about sundown today. That's when we'll see those chances for severe storms finally come to an end. That's when we lose the heat of the day, and we'll lose all the energy to have these guys form. We had some heavy stuff come through Franklin County not long ago. That particular cell now out in Newark. So you guys are seeing the heavier storm activity over in Licking County, also into northern portions of Fairfield County, north of Lancaster, seeing those heavier storms move through your area as well. Muskegon County, we told you had a little bit in Zanesville. Still got a little bit of time before storms kind of get closer to you. Not sure if Ed is still watching, but there's a question left in the chat from Ed a little while ago asking about Dillon State Park and if storms are heading your way. You guys are eventually going to see some storm activity move through. There's one cell that's kind of getting close to you guys right now. It's up toward Frazeysburg, so watch out for a little bit of rainfall, maybe some lightning that's close by to you guys at the moment. But you'll see more activity likely develop in the next hour or so as those storms further into Licking County move your way. Those storms, by the way, haven't been severe since they left Franklin County, but they've still been producing wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, plenty of lightning, and definitely heavy rain. They're still moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So again, Ed, if you're still watching, we'll put a storm track on the heavier portion back in Licking County. We'll take this off northeast about 25. This will be into Rock Haven by 4:20:52. Cottage Hill 4:57. Black Run at 5 o'clock. Frazeysburg 5:07. So roughly beginning of the 5 o'clock hour for you guys in Dillon State Park. And then to Dresden 5:21, Riverview at 5:23, and Rock Cut at 5:25. So we'll continue to watch those storms this afternoon as well, in addition to any of the other storms that we see form together. Up in Delaware County, south of Marion, you guys just had that second round of storms kind of move through your region here recently. Marion, a little bit of rain coming back in your way. Behind it, Could we see more storms? Yeah, there's still some stuff developing back out towards 75. Chances for severe storms, not that high at the moment. We'll zoom into Delaware County. Has a pretty good line of storms heading into the county right now, into Delaware, down to Powell, down to Marysville. Tracking those storms pushing through. Not severe, decent amount of lightning, and kind of like every storm this afternoon, moving off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. I'll take this back in time just a little bit so you can see kind of the storm motion as we go now back toward present time. Moving northeast more than anything else. We'll put a storm track on the storm for you guys in Delaware County. Take it northeast at about 25 miles per hour. This will be into the city of Delaware pretty much now, into Ashley at 4:45, Cardington at 4:52, and over toward Morrow County as we head toward the end of the hour and into the Marengo area by 5:17. We'll go a little bit further to the south over toward Madison County. We do have a couple strong cells working their way through Madison County right now as well. We'll put a couple storm tracks on these, also the one up in Union County. We'll start with the one in Union County. That'll head into Delaware County. They'll be in Jerome Township, 4:43, over by the Columbus Zoo here at 4:51. Powell, 4:56. Orange Township, 5:05. Genoa Township, 5:19. Into Galena, 5:24. And Sunbury at 5:28. We'll track a couple of those cells out of Madison County too. The one with the most lightning that'll be impacting us on the north side there. Hilliard by 4:49. That would be extreme northern parts of Hilliard there. Norwich Township by 4:52. Dublin 4:57. Over to OSU by 5 o'clock. Powell by 5:06. And to Westerville by 5:20. If we see this storm continue to stay strong. We'll get rid of some of those numbers. We'll go to the area further back in Madison County. We'll track that one again also off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. That one would impact more of Hilliard if it does stay on its track. 5:11, Dublin 5:20, OSU 5:24, Grandview Heights 5:25, and in close to Columbus by 5:31. Again, one severe thunderstorm warning in place here this afternoon. That's for southern portions of Madison County, extreme southeast portions of Clark County, and northwestern portions of Fayette County. Not a particularly strong thunderstorm, actually. Almost a little surprised that this particular one is one that did pick up a warning here this afternoon. It looks like it was stronger when it was back to the west as it was coming out of Clinton County, or Greene County, actually. It was a little bit stronger. Now, though, definitely weakening. It's been a minute since this has had any real lightning activity with it. You can see all the lightning strikes with this particular cell back out toward Greene County. So these are coming up on about 10 minutes old. Where the storm is now inside this box here, haven't really seen much in the way of new lightning activity with this. So that's good news there. That would mean this is on kind of that weakening trend. And I would not expect it to see much strong wind threat really make it far into Madison County. I think a lot of this is dying off. Let's track the leading edge of this regardless, where we could see that wind off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. This will be toward Madison Lake at 4:52, into Lily Chapel at 5:04, Harrisburg at 5:15, Orient by 5:18, Bolton Field 5:22, and Prairie Township by 5:24. So again, we'll be watching this storm really only under a warning for the next 10 minutes here. And I don't see much chance of them issuing a new warning on top of that cell, just with the trends that we've seen with this storm. Again, pretty much on the weakening end as it moves into closer regions of the 10 TV viewing area. As far as other threats for severe weather this afternoon, it is possible still that we could see additional rounds of severe weather. We've seen that throughout the day today as those heat and humidity has really built in and helped some of these storms come together. We are under most of the region, a level 1 out of 5 threat for severe weather. Areas of us under a level 2 out of 5 threat for severe weather, but I think that's a little overzealous in terms of the severe weather threat today. Wind and ponding water, heavy rain are kind of our two main focus areas when it comes to storms, and obviously frequent lightning that we've seen with storms today are kind of the big factors out there. I would say heavy rain, lightning are the two biggest concerns with storms. That would be followed by wind, and followed behind that would be the potential for flooding. So this is not, again, a massive severe weather event today. Kind of the same thing we've seen a couple weeks here this summer, where we occasionally get some strong storms, and those storms, for a brief period of time, produce some severe weather. And again, it's not going to be long-lasting potential for severe weather this afternoon. It's just really hit and miss, quick pop-up areas of some gusty wind, but mostly heavy rain, lightning. Those are the two things I want to drive home this afternoon. We're seeing a lot of lightning across central Ohio. What's heading into Delaware, what's coming out of Madison and Union counties, what's eventually going to be working its way into Franklin County. More frequent lightning, more heavy rain with this storm coming through. Again, we had about an hour ago some of those heavier storms move through Columbus. We're kind of in a lull right now. That initial round has pushed off toward Licking County, eventually going to be working its way now toward Coshocton, toward Zanesville, but those are areas to watch. Lancaster, kind of getting lucky there. You're in between the storm cells, so if you're doing something outside Lancaster right now, you'll certainly hear the thunder in the distance, but I think you guys have really had an okay afternoon without the rain hitting you too hard. But there's more back to the west, kind of a broken line of storms that stretches all the way down to Fayette County, so this is going to be rolling its way through. The heat and humidity back behind this, still built out there in the afternoon because we haven't lost the heating of the day yet. So we're still seeing some strong storms back out toward Indiana, just east of Indianapolis. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Some more activity on up north west of Bell Fountain, north of west of I-75. We'll see how that develops. Some stuff southern Indiana also developing right now. So we'll keep an eye on all of that this afternoon. But in terms of anything that we would be overly concerned about, I'm just not seeing anything to be that concerned about this afternoon. Mostly heavy rain, lightning, occasionally gusty winds that might produce the odd severe thunderstorm warning. This line here, though, is going to be the next disruptor for a large portion of central Ohio. So let's put a storm track on that particular part of the storm. We'll go all the way up north of Mount Vernon there, and we'll track this back down toward London. Again, not the fastest moving line of storms, about 25 miles per hour. So this will be into Jerome Township by 4:40. Hyatt's 4:45, West Jefferson 4:54, Dublin by right around 5 o'clock, into Norwich Township by 5:04 or 5:05, Prairie Township 5:14, Worthington 5:16, Westerville at 5:26, Grandview Heights 5:29, into Columbus by about 5:36. So this is about an hour away from picking back up in Columbus, maybe a little less than an hour before that starts to increase in our area once again. The other thing we've been watching, heavy rain this afternoon. Let's pull up the flood impacts out there. We haven't seen any flash flooding concerns, but we have seen some ponding of water, some flooding of low-lying areas. Do have a flood advisory in place over Franklin County. Let's put the information on screen for you with regard to that particular flood warning. This will be in place till 5:30. We'll move that guy down there. Flood advisory for Franklin County. Again, if you come across any flooding on the roadway, just remember, turn around, don't drown. That's the saying, never drive through any of those flooded roads. Those conditions from the first storm, though, should be draining off, should be improving over the next hour before our next round of rain comes in. In terms of how much rain we've seen, we've got some good rainfall in the last 12 hours here. It's been hit or miss, though. Not everyone has picked up rain. We've gotten some photos from you guys at home. Some of you guys have some pretty brown yards out there because you have not seen the rain, despite how much the storm activity has kind of come through on a daily to semi-daily basis. It's not hitting everybody. You can see down toward Lancaster, Logan, Circleville, just northern Ross County. Not a lot of rainfall for you guys. But then you go north of that, up toward Newark to Columbus, we've picked up around 1 inch to 1.5 inches today. Areas scattered around Knox County have picked up close to 1.5 inches. Not everybody, kind of dropped off in Mount Vernon a little bit. Parts of Delaware County have picked up 1 inch to 1.5 inches. So some of us are picking up really good rain. Others are more or less completely missing out. So while we haven't seen widespread dry weather, some of us have not benefited from the rain across the region. We'll go back over to our radar view here and check in on that warning. Still about 4 minutes left, a little less than 4 minutes left on that particular warning down to the south. I do not think that is going to see a new warning added to it. It's just very weak. Have not seen any signs of strengthening inside this cell. Really, it's been doing nothing but weakening since it has moved into the county here this afternoon. And that sounds a little counterintuitive, but we've talked about it several times here. As these storms go through that weakening phase, what goes up must come down. So all of that rain, energy, wind that goes up into the atmosphere sort of spills back down. And that's what's causing the strong winds out there. Really, if you're looking for a lot more stronger current storm activity, that's going to be northern side of Madison County, north of London, moving out of South Vienna and stretching on up close to Dublin now with the heavier rain, more lightning, and maybe a little bit of gusty wind. Again, this warning here continues for the next 3 minutes, but like I said, do not expect to see that pick up an additional alert this afternoon. We'll pan down a little bit further to the south. Kind of our next system to watch here. This one right now moving through Wilmington, or moving right toward Wilmington into Clinton County. This will be pushing toward Fayette County over the next hour. So as this gets closer to Washington Courthouse, I would say roughly about 5:30 tonight. We'll have to see if this continues to be a strong thunderstorm, but I would expect, much like many of the storms this evening, this will weaken as it continues to push through Clinton County. I'd be skeptical if we see a new warning in Fayette. It's not impossible, but we'll have to see how that development goes. Again, this warning here, Madison County, includes part of Fayette County, part of Clark County. Would expect this to expire in the next 2 minutes. We'll wrap up this portion of the coverage as that warning expires. We zoom a little bit further to the north. This is kind of our strongest area of rain right now. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, a gusty wind, maybe a small piece of hail, but not explicitly severe right now. But this is into Delaware right now, heaviest portion to your southwest. And then this is going to be coming into Powell, Dublin, Hilliard, a lot of areas this afternoon where you might be outside trying to enjoy the day. So let's track this, put a storm track on. We'll start kind of down toward I-70, lift our way roughly along that storm and see if we can get ourselves to about 25 miles per hour there. This will be in Dublin here in the next 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more than 10 minutes. I think I missed the leading edge by a smidge, but expect things to be deteriorating over the next 10 to 20 minutes in Dublin. Hilliard, kind of the same case over the next 20 minutes or so. Expect conditions to get stormier once again. OSU closer to 5 o'clock. Orange Township by 5:01, Worthington 5:04, into Blendon Township 5:23, Centerburg 5:29, and to Mount Liberty at 5:34. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Let's zoom back out here. We'll kind of reset the map, give you guys a view. That warning that we were streaming for down in southern Madison County has now expired. No severe thunderstorm warnings in central Ohio right now. We will continue to, of course, monitor these storms throughout the afternoon. Before we wrap up this part of the stream, I do want to take a quick peek at our text line and our Facebook chat to see if we do have any new questions coming in. Got one from Bryce, just saying, Morrow County, lots of thunder, lots of lightning for you guys out there. Not surprised. We'll zoom up back on the radar here for you guys. Yeah, things are picking up for you guys. Not severe in Morrow County, but definitely lightning, definitely thunder, some pretty heavy rain. So make sure you seek shelter from this as it passes through. I would say you can expect wind gusts that might get as high as about 40, 45 miles per hour. Let me look at some of the data that I have on my end. Even as high as 55 in Morrow County. So not severe at the moment, but not far from it. So keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on it here. Make sure you head inside as the storm pushes through, and then once it's out, you can get back to enjoying the afternoon. Of course, we'll continue to cover storms here at 10 TV throughout the afternoon. Anytime there's a severe thunderstorm warning, we'll be back to provide you live analysis. But for now, keep it right here on 10 TV Plus and the 10 TV Facebook and YouTube pages. Hey there, Central Ohio. I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Michael Behrens. We're continuing to watch strong storms that work their way through Central Ohio this afternoon, including a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings. So we want to keep you up to date on our streaming platform here with the latest information as it comes in. If you have any questions for us, you can text them to us at 614-460-3345, or you can post them in the live chat on our Facebook stream as well. So again, I want you to get you up to date on the latest with those warnings. The most recent one to come out is for a storm that will be impacting northern portions of Franklin County and a good portion of Delaware County as we head through the coming hour. This will be in place till 5:45 this afternoon. Wind speed up to 60 miles per hour. Hail size not quite severe, but could go up to 3/4 of an inch with this particular storm. And then we have an additional warning just off to the northeast of that. This one is for a cell that is mostly in Morrow County right now, but this warning impacts portions of Knox County as well and on up into Richland County. This particular severe thunderstorm warning goes till 5:30 here tonight. Again, similar reasons to the one that we have in Delaware County for 60-mile-per-hour winds and the potential for 3/4 of an inch diameter hail. So this will be the two storms that we are watching primarily for about the next half hour here on our 10 TV Plus stream. And of course, if you're watching us again on Facebook or YouTube, thanks for joining us there as well. These storms this afternoon have been mostly heavy rain producers, mostly lightning producers, but occasionally we get them to produce some of this strong wind activity as well. And that's what we've seen with these couple of cells here this afternoon as they continue to push their way into the region. Not the strongest storms we've ever seen, but certainly something to head inside from if you're in the path of these storms this afternoon. The one that we have up in Morrow County is probably the weaker of the two. If you were with us during our last update, that was near the end of the 4 o'clock hour there, we were talking about that storm potentially could have been the next one to see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for it, and that prediction was correct as that storm did pick up that warning as that wind kind of picked up there with this cell. But like so many that we've seen for the past few weeks, they get severe pretty much as they're ending their life cycle. So not during the peak of the lightning, the hail, or even the heavy rain, but as that starts to all drop out of the cloud, we get those winds that shoot out from the storm. And we've seen that many times, and this one up in Morrow County kind of repeating that pattern as well. Let's put a little storm track on some of these. First, let's move our camera a little further to the north. We'll start with the one up in Morrow County because this one has had that warning in place for a little bit longer. This one, again, expiring in about 15 minutes, but areas that could see that storm head toward you to the northeast about 25 miles per hour, over toward the Shock area by 5:15 to Lexington 5:28 in Lucerne, Belleville at 5:35 into Lucas 5:50, Coulter by 6:03, probably about 5:45 to 6 into Mansfield as well. So watch out for that storm up toward you. And then the storm that we'll probably end up having to watch a little more closely here is the one down in Delaware County. So let's move that camera down a little bit. This guy still having a lot more lightning activity with it, newly severe, if you will, with that particular storm. So that one not quite into as weakening of a stage yet. This view here, everything you see on the map, about 127 lightning strikes in the last hour. As far as how much lightning just associated with the severe portion of the storm, that looks to be 105 lightning strikes in just the last hour. So still picking up frequent lightning, heavy rain, and that possibility for some strong winds. We'll track the leading edge of this particular portion of the storm as well. We'll go from just east of Delaware there down to about Dublin, and then we'll track it off east, slightly northeast again about 25 miles per hour. This will be in Orange Township by 5:17, over toward the OSU campus by about 5:23, Linworth 5:25, Sunbury 5:30, Westerville 5:38, Centerburg 5:48, Croton 5:58, Johnstown and Wynkoop at 6:15. So this particular storm still packing some winds, still packing a lot of rain and some heavy amounts of lightning with this storm too. This is going to add to potential for some flooding concerns in Franklin County and Delaware County. The initial flood advisory we had out there looks to have gone away, but now a good portion of Delaware County, western Franklin County, southern Union, northeastern Madison, all under flood advisories as well. So let's put the latest information on screen for you here with that particular alert. This one will be in place for the next couple hours there in Delaware County. This goes until 7 o'clock. I would more or less imagine the one further to the south, Franklin County, about the same. Let's add that back to the map as well. That one till 7:15, Franklin, Madison, and Union counties. So also watching out for some possible flooding for you guys. On off to the east, Licking County, you've had a pretty heavy cell pushing through your region. Also a flooding concern. Flood advisory in place for you guys until 6:45 tonight. So this has been a heavy rain producing day in addition to the occasionally severe thunderstorms. So let's we'll switch to the 12-hour view here, I believe, for rainfall, and we'll put some numbers on the map with it, and you can kind of see the reason why we've seen those alerts issued. Anywhere here in the blue is about an inch to an inch and a half of rainfall in just the last 12 hours. Where we start to get into these purples, this is an inch and a half to 2. Once we start to get that real bright spot there in Delaware County, I'm going to say that's close to 3. We'll put a number there on the map. 3.6 inches of radar estimated rainfall in the last 24 hours. So that would definitely, or last 12 hours even. So that would definitely lead to some ponding of water on the roads, high waters in the ditches, small streams, things that typically flood or swell when heavy rain comes through would be an issue out there at this time. Up into Morrow County, also seeing some pretty good numbers up there. That's 2.4. We'll go up northeast side there outside the loop, 1.8 out to Newark. Put a number on there, 1.6. So we've gotten a good deal of rainfall with these storms, and we're likely going to see some minor flooding concerns through this afternoon as well. Let's switch back. We'll go to just the single radar here so you can see the two storms and the two warnings that we have in place. The one up further to the north that goes for another 10 minutes or so here for Morrow County and Knox County, Richland County as well. This storm has been weakening. The storm that we have in Delaware County that's working its way into Franklin County and into Delaware County goes until 5:45. So that'll be about 25 minutes from now for that storm. Let's take a closer look into this storm. Show you some of the areas that are going under the impact from this particular cell. You had kind of a lull right now moving through Dublin, but I would expect that to pick back up in intensity as we see this additional area of rain back to the west push its way in. So not out from under the gun just yet in terms of your heavy rain for the afternoon. We'll move our camera around here just a little bit. Over toward Worthington, you're about to see some heavy activity push through your region, especially the closer to 270 that you are. Again, this is kind of moving to the northeast, so it's not tracking directly to the east, but more northeast. Orange Township under the gun right now. Jerome Township seeing some pretty heavy rain. Powell kind of in a small break for the moment, but you'll pick back up in short order. Heaviest portion of the cell between Jerome Township and Dublin. This is where we could see a little bit of hail, certainly some heavy rain and likely gusty winds. That's going to be pushing more or less on a line that kind of connects there, north side Powell, north side Orange Township, eventually over toward Galena and Sunbury. Expect that in about the next 40 minutes to an hour to pick up in your area, though of course the rainfall will get to you first before the heavier portion of the storm also makes its way into the county. Let's look inside the storm and see if we can see any potential for hail with this storm. Out there toward Jerome Township, you see that little bit of yellow on the return there. That indicates that we could see some hail, but this isn't extreme. This isn't going to be overly severe hail, but certainly maybe about penny size hail could come down in your region. We'll just kind of pan across a couple of areas here. Dublin, you guys look to be mostly good. Out to Orange Township, you guys look good. Everything else in here where it's greens, maybe some pea-size hail north of Powell, northwest of Powell there, off of 257. Could see a little bit of hail, but for the most part, not seeing much hail inside this storm. I'll show you the precipitation rate as well. That's another good way to expect how much rain could come down, and this has been quite bright. The brighter the color that we see here, the heavier the rainfall that we're going to get out of this storm. And across portions of Delaware County, certainly getting a soaking right now. And in fact, we can put some numbers to this image as well to give you a better view of how much rain per hour. We'll try to grab that bright spot in there. Radar estimating about 2.18 inches per hour there, northwest of Powell. We'll go between Powell and Jerome Township there, right along 257, 2.28 inches per hour. We'll go up closer to 315. Put one on there as well, about 2 inches per hour. So roughly about 2 to 2.5 inches per hour in the heaviest portion of this storm. So that's definitely going to cause our flooding concerns to continue, at least to a minor degree in Delaware County. Again, areas of roads that don't drain well, ditches, small streams, things that usually swell. Those would be the concerns for you guys in Delaware County. Of course, if you see a flooded roadway, remember, never drive through those flood waters. We'll put back the lightning view here for a second, and there's a lot of big old bolts there. We'll let that information kind of condense down, and we'll get a better idea of where the lightning is. In this view here, still 88 strikes in the last 10 minutes. So still quite a noisy thunderstorm, definitely a strong thunderstorm with that possibility of some strong winds in there as well. I want to take a picture. We'll look inside the thunderstorm at our wind potential. Typically, this is what we do when we're tracking more tornadic weather. Thankfully, that threat today is very low. We're not really expecting to see that, but the brighter colors you would see here would be indicative of stronger winds. Not seeing anything too particularly bright here at the moment. Let me switch to quite a different product. If we do have strong winds up to that 45, 60 mile per hour range right now, that would likely be kind of in that trifecta spot between Jerome Township, Powell, and Dublin. This would be some of the stronger winds. Flash flood warning coming in now as well. My guess says, without even looking at this, this is going to include portions of Delaware County just from the amount of rainfall that we've seen out there. We'll see if that prediction is correct. We'll load that information in here and we'll be able to put it on screen in just a second. Try it one more time. There we go. And that is correct. Delaware County, in addition to portions of Franklin County, Madison, and Union counties, under a flash flood warning. This goes till 7:30 this evening. So this goes from about Marysville down to Plain City, over to Dublin, and on up to eastern portions of Delaware County, up probably about towards Sunbury, I would say, when it comes to this particular area of warning. Biggest target, though, remains what we're seeing right in here near Jerome Township. We were talking about that area having very heavy rainfall in just the last 12 hours. And again, those radar estimates in here, where you start to get more toward that red color right there above where the M is, that would be about 2.5 or higher in terms of radar estimates. Remember, we clicked on that spot a little bit ago and we got close to 3.6 when it comes to radar estimated rainfall. So I would say especially southeastern portions of Union County, southwestern portions of Delaware County. That is going to be the highest area of concern for potential flooding. This is the area you got to really watch out for in there for flooded roads, river streams, things like that. Make sure you're using your precaution out there if you come across those floodwaters, and never drive through those flooded roadways. On top of that, still the strongest portion of the cell when it comes to wind potential. Again, remember, brighter the color that we see here, the stronger that wind could be inside that storm. Let's see if we can put some numbers to it here on the map. About 30 mile per hour in there, 27. Let's see if I can grab one of those brighter colors there, 37. So not quite to severe levels at the moment. But again, these storms don't stay severe for very long this afternoon. It's only been momentarily that we get to severe levels. So let's reset everything here, take the big picture across central Ohio, and just kind of show you what we're tracking at the moment. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. The one for Morrow, Knox, Richland counties. This one has about 3 minutes left before that expires, and I would not be surprised to see that one expire. I don't think we're going to add to it. Much like every warning we've seen this afternoon, where it briefly becomes severe, it has a little bit of gusty wind, it drops off, and then down the road, not quite as strong. We saw that earlier today with the storms that came through Columbus. We had the severe thunderstorm warning. It dropped off. It still produced heavy rain, lightning, and some gusty wind in Licking County, but it was not as strong as it was over Franklin County, and now it's over Muskingum County. And you're picking up rain, you're picking up lightning, but far from severe. Still noisemaker, still a heavy rain producer. So people out that way, keep that in mind, but not severe anymore. The one warning that's in place for Franklin, Delaware County, back to far portions of Union and Madison, this one goes until 5:45. That would be about 15 minutes from now. They haven't really canceled any of these early this evening, despite the fact that we see them go through that weakening trend. So I don't think this will be the first one to start it, but we'll certainly keep a close eye on that as that continues to push through Delaware County. If you're up toward Mount Vernon right now, Knox County is getting a little bit more active with that storm pushing through you, but again, should be weakening from those severe levels. Let's take a closer picture in to Delaware County. We'll just grab the entire north portion of the viewing area, and we'll kind of just pan our way back down. That way you can see the 2 active storms that we have in place right now. Up toward Mansfield, again, that storm's heading toward you. Mount Vernon, mostly going to stay northwest of you. I think honestly Mount Vernon will probably pick up heavier rain out of what's in Delaware County right now when that storm gets to you. This whole area here, 104 strikes in the last 10 minutes, which is kind of starting to show that weakening trend as well. If you remember, about 10-15 minutes ago, we looked at just this part of the storm in Delaware County, and that had about 105. So going through a bit of a weakening trend right now, but still something we'll keep an eye on here the rest of this afternoon. I'm going to take a moment just to look at our Facebook chat, see if there's any comments, questions coming into that area. Cherie saying the storm that hit the Pickerington Palooza there about 4, but the sun is now out. So good news for that event down there. That's the name I could not remember earlier. I knew it was Pick something, Pick-a-Palooza, I believe, for that event. I think I called it like Pickfest, which is not quite as good a sounding name, but good to know that we're seeing things get back out and enjoyable down there. Speaking of which, I do want to zoom down just a little bit so we can get Pickerington back in view. You might get a little bit more rain here in the coming hour, but as far as what we're seeing for thunderstorm activity, you guys look good for the moment. Up toward Morrow County, Knox County, Richland County, that warning has been allowed to expire now, so only 1 severe thunderstorm warning remains in the 10 TV viewing area. That is the one in Delaware County, northern Franklin County, and portions of Union and Madison as well, though really the storm is Delaware and Franklin at this point. So we'll continue to watch that here this evening as the storm pushes through. Got a couple other comments here in the Facebook chat. Ashley is asking about the storm down in Fayette County and about whether we'll get another round later tonight. So let's move down to Fayette County. You had that storm that was severe back in Clinton. That has very quickly weakened. So it is moving into Fayette County. There's a little bit of lightning, there's a little bit of heavy rain, but this is not severe. Let's back this up about an hour, and you could see how much stronger this was when it was pushing into Clinton County, and that's when it went severe. And if you were watching our coverage here for a while, we said this is likely going to weaken before it gets to Fayette County. And, well, let's jump back to now, and it has weakened quite a bit. So heavy rain, some lightning, a little bit wind. But in terms of bad weather for Fayette County, you're looking pretty good. Bryce up there also mentioning the one in Morrow County dying out. Yep, these storms have gone through this pattern over and over again. There's just not the right kind of dynamics at play in the atmosphere to keep storms severe for a long period of time. You really needed the ability to support those storms in order for them to get severe and stay severe. And we only just have enough, let's call it a lot of raw energy, but not a lot of thought and organization. So like you get this quick burst of power out of some of these storms, but then it quickly fades away and we're back to more or less just rain showers and lightning with these storms. They don't stay severe very long. Let's see here. Got some other questions here. Ashley, and it says Southwest Columbus just restored power in the Brookshire area. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few places with power outages here this afternoon. When you get the wind gust, that's when you're really likely to see something happen with the power. And we occasionally get those wind gusts up to, again, about 60 miles per hour. So if there's a weak point in the line, if there's a loose tree limb, something that can knock into those power lines, we'll get some sporadic power outages. But widespread, thankfully, I don't think we're going to see. Got a question here from Mandy about Utica. You guys are going to be really in the next hour or so, I would say. Probably a little closer to an hour. Let's put a storm track on kind of the leading edge of what we have with this severe weather moving through, again, Franklin and Delaware counties. About 25. That gets it to, I don't think it grabbed Utica there, but let me see, let me zoom back in. Yeah, we're just outside Utica. So you got it'll probably start raining in the next hour. The stronger portion of the storm will likely be there in about an hour from now, close between somewhere around 6:15 to 6:40. As far as will it remain strong when it gets there, probably not. I mean, if the pattern holds this afternoon, this storm will be entering a weakening phase over the next hour. And that means while you'll still probably get lightning, rain, maybe some gusty wind, odds of it being severe would be trending downward. Faith asking about Perry County, says, will Perry County pick up any strong storms this afternoon? It's possible. Right now, you're good. Let's zoom back out. We'll look down toward Perry County. You got a couple weaker cells out toward your west. But right now you're okay. As far as will that change, could we see what's over Washington Courthouse strengthen again as it gets closer to Circleville? It's possible. What's down in Ross County, could it strengthen again? It's possible. But overall, right now you guys are in the clear. Just keep weather aware this afternoon because we do still have that risk for storms. And there are still additional storms back out in Indiana. Muncie down to the border right now, heading toward Dayton and down to Cincinnati. I think a lot of this, once we get toward sundown, will really start to trend down in a hurry. So I'm not going to, I'm hesitant to say all of what you see in Indiana is going to make its way into Ohio. I think it's going to lose a lot of its energy, especially as we start to lose the heating of the day. So that'll be something to watch for this afternoon. Say Ashley reporting there from Southwest Columbus saying there's trees down in a lot of areas over there. That would not be surprising with the wind. Kyle, can you pass that along to our newsroom there? Brookshire area south, west Columbus reports for trees down in that area. If you could pass that along, that'd be great. Let's see here. Say different Ashley says was in the pool in Clinton County when the storm hit with lots of rain and wind. Now it's following them home. So glad you got out of the pool before the storm hit down for you guys in Clinton County. I'm guessing we're talking about this guy here, the one that's over toward Washington Courthouse right now. So definitely a little strong storm out there in Clinton County a little bit ago. Lightning been the biggest risk factor of any of these storms, and that's definitely something you don't want to be in a pool with. Let's see here. Cheryl asking how much longer at the zoo up in Powell. You've got a little bit of time left there. That rain's going to be heavy for you for another minute or so. The heaviest portion of the storm is now off to your east, but we're not out of the rain and the lightning just yet. So this is going to continue to impact that region. Let me grab, we'll kind of do a reverse storm track here in a way. We'll grab the back end of the storm and we'll take it into the future. And this will give you a rough estimate as to when the heavy rain will come to an end. Columbus Zoo about 5:43, Dublin at 5:49, OSU 5:56, Orange Township 5:58, 6:03 in Worthington when the heaviest of this rain will start to wrap up for you. And again, that may drift by a minute or two, give or take, but something to watch out for in terms of you guys are hanging out at the zoo. I imagine you're probably seeking shelter in one of the interior exhibits out there or under a tunnel, just something to get out of the rain and lightning. You're going to be hanging out there for probably about another 5-10 minutes at the most, I would say. Cameron saying lots of lightning, heavy rain just south of Delaware on 23. Definitely a lot of lightning for you guys in that area. Let's switch back to our map tool. We'll get rid of the storm track there. Yeah, you got a lot of lightning in that area. Let's put a counter on. We'll track just that area immediately south of Delaware. 15 strikes in a fairly small area in the last 10 minutes, so a pretty active area of the storm right now. Not particularly severe, but something that's heavy rain, lots of lightning, and of course the potential for some gusty winds from time to time as well. We do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place covering Delaware and Franklin counties, parts of Union County. This goes for another 6 minutes here. That'll expire at 5:45. I'm going to say that will probably be the end of our coverage before our 6 o'clock newscast tonight, unless we get something particularly aggressive that comes out between now and then. But we'll only be gone for about 15 minutes, and then you can join us right back on 10 TV Plus and, of course, on the normal 10 TV channel. Assuming that basketball wraps up on time. I don't think that basketball game is going to wrap up on time. Kyle, if you're in the back, we're not going to go on at 6, would you say? You guys can't hear him, but I'm laughing. He said he agrees wholeheartedly with my assessment. We are in the third of the Golden State Las Vegas WNBA game. So we got an entire quarter left to wrap up in 20 minutes, and it's a 6-point game. I don't see that happening. So we'll probably be back on the stream if we're being honest, if we see another warning, just because we've got some time before that traditional newscast happens. But of course, that's the beauty of 10 TV Plus. We can come in and talk to you guys whenever we want, and we can do it a little more casually too, and just kind of answer your guys' questions here on the Facebook page. As far as other impacts here this afternoon, flooding, that's been one. we've been keeping an eye on this afternoon. Of course, we've got a couple reports of stuff into our chat here on Facebook as well, and we welcome you guys to send those in. Helps us out a lot. You can also text them to us. See that number on your screen there, 614-460-3345. That is the 10TV text line. You can send us your photos. You can send us your storm reports. You can ask questions when we do these streams, and we'll do our best to answer them. We don't always answer all of them, but we do what we can to help you guys out at home. Got a text in here. This is asking up about Mount Vernon, asking about what's in Delaware, if that's heading your way. Also saying thanks for covering Knox County. No problem for you guys. We love to help out all those viewers in the 10 TV viewing area. You've got definitely some heavier stuff coming your way out of Delaware County. I would almost be, in terms of strengthening areas, be a little more watchful of what is just barely starting to form there between Delaware and Knox County. That's kind of a brighter spot of radar at the moment. Rain picking up, that's a strengthening portion of the storm. I would say that area is going to see lightning increase in the next 20 minutes, possibly some small hail, possibly some gusty wind when it starts to weaken. That potentially could lead to another severe thunderstorm warning down the road in Knox County, because we've noticed these get warnings mostly when they go through that weakening stage, because that's when they start to collapse, they start to drop that wind out, and this could be the next area to do that. So let's track that area. East-northeast, about 25 miles per hour. That would be into Centerburg by 5:45, Mount Liberty at 5:54, Five Corners at 5:58, Green Valley 6:07, Mount Vernon at 6:14, with that heavier portion of the storm. So that's something we'll be watching out for as storms continue to push through here this afternoon. And of course, we'll continue to cover all those storms as they work their way through central Ohio all evening long. I'm going to stay on this particular storm track just a minute. Our director Kyle was working to get our studio put together for our newscast, which again will probably be a little bit late tonight thanks to the WNBA coverage on CBS. But I do want to get just a bigger view of what we have in Max 1. So we can see that storm track just a little more clearly for you guys at home. Again, that's a growing area entering portions of Knox County, working its way off to the northeast. Potentially in the next hour, I wouldn't be surprised if that picks up some kind of warning when it starts to come back down, because I mean that's really been the case of all of our warnings this week. What goes up must come down, and that's what we're seeing right there. So we'll watch that one. We do have that warning for about the next 2 minutes. Delaware, Franklin County. This is largely weakened, as essentially all of the severe storms have today, and likely will continue as a pattern today. But that eventually does head toward Knox County as well. This leading edge there will be in Galena at 6:48, into Sunbury at 5:52, South Condit 6 o'clock, Condit itself 6:02, Croton 6:12, Centerburg 6:16, Sparta 6:29, and then of course into Knox County, though obviously entering Knox County I would say a little bit before 6:36 there. Do have a couple other questions into our text line. This one just asking about Marion. You guys have had some active weather earlier today, but I believe you are good at the moment. Yeah, pretty good at the moment. We'll zoom far out. Kind of just do the John Madden here. We could see a little bit more storm formation in this region in the next hour or two. Depending on what forms, it would generally move its way that direction. So you could see some more storm activity in Marion today, but in the immediate future, you guys are in the clear for the moment, so that's good news for you guys. Another question into our text line here, asking about Picnic with the Pops. That opens at 6. Performance is at 8. The question is, stay home or go? You're really giving me the hard questions this afternoon. Well, here's the deal. Right now, it's a little rainy around Columbus. It's not the heaviest rain that we've seen so far today, but it is still raining out there right now. Let's go, let's see if we can pull up a camera here. Let's go to Scioto Audubon. It's a little dark out there. It's a little rainy, a little drizzly. We haven't seen excessive downpours in Columbus for a little bit, but I think we could still see some more rain tonight. Do I think it would rain us out of Picnic with the Pops? It's a hard question to answer right now. So let me go back to the radar here. We've got more rain to the west. That's going to be coming our way. Generally, since we've already had heavy rain move through, temperatures have gone down a little bit. Odds of it being strong to severe are not that great. I think there may be some rumbles of thunder. There may be some light to occasionally moderate rain. But right now, the odds of it being severe, I would say, are low. Let's go to our weather models and see how they are doing at the moment. I will say these were not particularly doing a good job of predicting this afternoon's amount of storms. You can see it, they're tracking stuff into Ohio, weakening and dying off right before it gets to Columbus. We show a different version of the weather model. Let's see how that one does with these storms. Again, this one's still, even at the moment, not doing a good job of showing where the storms actually are. But it weakens them before they get to Columbus. I would say if you want to go to Picnic with the Pops tonight, it would depend on how into it you are, how much you want to go to that event. If you really want to go to that event, I say go ahead and go. Are you going to stay dry the whole time? That's not a guarantee. But if you really want to be out there, you don't mind braving a little bit of rain. I think the odds of really bad weather are not that high. They're not impossible. We do still have that line of storms out in Indiana right now on the Ohio border. But you just saw there the weather models, the data thinks these will weaken before they get here. And the information that we've seen with a lot of storms today is that they don't stay severe for very long. And this is going to be going into a couple things. A weakening area of heat with the sun going down, an area that's already had storms form in it. And those two factors typically lead to a weakening storm system. So I would say what's on the border right now is likely to weaken between there and here, but it still could produce some rain. So if you really want to go, I say go. If you really want to stay dry, then, well, stay inside. Reynoldsburg asking, will you get more storms? More rain, yes. We're seeing some of that move through Franklin County right now. More storms, not impossible, but I think this recent round is going to move well to our north, and then we'll just have to watch the rest of the afternoon to see what happens. Another question here in the text line. Is there going to be more heavy wind in the second round of storms southeast of Columbus? So what we're seeing southeast of Columbus right now, nothing on there right now looks like it's going to have much wind with it. Mostly just moderate rain, lightning, maybe the occasional gust. Strongest storm we have right now is down toward Pike County, Peebles area. That one could have some strong winds with it. That would be more of a Pike County, Jackson County threat. But then again, we'll have to watch what's on the border, though I would say all signs point to that one weakening. Question here says, looking to leave Hilliard, drive over toward Marysville in Bellefontaine, doesn't want to drive in the rain. You're going to be waiting a little bit if you want to totally avoid the rain. You're going to have on and off periods of showers, some thunderstorms, really for, we'll track the furthest back storm. I mean, I would say if you wanted to completely not drive in the rain, it might be more than 2 hours from now. If you want your best chance of making it that way without heavy rain, I mean, you're going to have to wait at least an hour, maybe 2. Got a response for a picnic on the Pops as they're going. They're going to brave the chance for a little bit of rain. So if you get any photos out there, share them with us. We'd love to see those. Anytime you guys get some photos across central Ohio. Question from Bryce here, Morrow County, asking if they're out of it for the rest of the night. I don't know that I would say the rest of the night, but for the moment, you just got light rain across the county. What you have down there in Delaware County, again, let's move this back in time a little bit, could eventually make its way to Morrow County. Really anywhere along this line. This is more back developing right now than it is particularly moving. So it could be a bit, but eventually some of that might drift into Morrow County. Do I think it will be severe when it gets there? In the current stage, not particularly, but it's something we'll keep an eye on. I think that gets us through our questions right now. The last one into the text line here, just a thank you response for that drive to Bell Fountain. Thanks again for watching us here. We're going to wrap up this version of the coverage just because even though we're kind of at the behest of the WNBA as for when we start our 6 o'clock newscast, we have to be ready to go as soon as they wrap up. So we want to make sure we get our studio and our production into good order. But we will see you again as soon as that game ends on 10 TV and 10 TV Plus. Again, that app is for free to download on your TV, Amazon Smart TVs, Roku's, all that sort of good stuff. And of course, we'll be back here on all the streams if any more storms pop up tonight.